Good morning to one and all present here today. Before we commence with the formal proceedings of the day, we request your cooperation in following a few important guidelines to ensure the smooth and seamless conduct of the event. All attendees are kindly requested to switch off their mobile phones or keep them on silent mode. While a speaker is delivering their talk, we request everyone to kindly restrict movement inside the auditorium as a mark of respect for the speaker and the ideas being shared.
We request you to refrain from clicking photographs or recording videos during the talks. A professional photographer has been appointed for the event, and the flash from mobile devices may distract the speaker. Please ensure that the aisles remain clear at all times and avoid standing during the event. Movement in front of the cameras is strictly restricted, as the entire event is being professionally recorded. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone present here today. Some ideas arrive quietly, others challenge us, inspire us, and stay with us long after the applause fades. Today is about those ideas, the ones that spark curiosity, invite reflection, and have the power to create change.
TEDx is not just an event, it is a celebration of thinking differently. It is a space where stories matter, perspectives are respected, and voices, especially young ones, are heard. Today we come together to listen, learn, and discover how a single idea can influence a lifetime. We live in a time of constant change, where young minds are not just witnesses to the future, but active creators of it. The questions we ask, the risks we take, and the values we choose today will shape the world we inherit tomorrow. This platform reminds us that age is never a limitation, when passion meets purpose.
Anish and I, feel honored to welcome you on behalf of Team EuroSchoolKharadi and our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, to the 4th edition of TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Today's event brings together thinkers, storytellers, and change makers who will share experiences that inform, inspire, and ignite thought. We invite you to listen with an open mind, reflect with curiosity, and leave with ideas worth carrying forward.
Let us begin a day filled with meaningful conversations, powerful stories, and ideas that truly matter. Because sometimes, one idea is all it takes to change the world we see today. Welcome to TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Some moments deserve to be acknowledged before we move forward. This is one of them. Standing on a TEDx stage takes more than preparation. It takes reflection, self-awareness, and the willingness to be seen as one truly is. Today we recognize 12 speakers who have been chosen to do exactly that.
Each speaker brings a story shaped by experience, by effort, by learning, and by moments that were not always perfect. Their ideas emerge from real journeys, and it is this honesty that gives them meaning. This year's theme, Embrace Your Imperfections, is reflected in the courage it takes to speak openly, to share lessons learned, and to invite others into one's thinking. Through their talks, our speakers offer perspectives that are thoughtful, grounded, and deeply relevant.
We acknowledge the commitment behind every word that will be spoken on the stage. It is with respect and anticipation that we look forward to hearing their ideas. We wish all our speakers confidence, focus, and a rewarding experience today.
We now move to a moment of recognition and gratitude. EuroSchoolKharadi is guided by the vision and leadership of Lighthouse Learning, whose commitment to purposeful education continue to shape our journey. Today, we are honored to acknowledge the individuals whose guidance and support strengthen this institution. To mark this occasion, we invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, to felicitate our distinguished guests with a token of appreciation, a living symbol of growth and continuity that reflects the values we uphold as a learning community.
To begin with, may I request our dignitaries from the Lighthouse Learning Group to kindly come forward. Ms. Samira Memin, Principal of EuroSchool Manjeri. Ms. Amri... Ms. Amreen Memin, City School Development Manager and Pune, Hyderabad. Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, Admissions Manager. Thank you, Afrin ma'am. We now take this moment to felicitate our esteemed speakers and acknowledge their contribution today. I now request Ms. Malaika David Francis to kindly felicitate Meera Gadlekar. I request ma'am to please stay and felicitate Prisha Trivedi. I request ma'am to please stay and felicitate Pranoti Abhyankar. Thank you, ma'am. I request her to please stay and felicitate Ekta Sahani. Thank you, sir.
I now request Ms. Abha ma'am to kindly felicitate Ms. Vishaka Bhuibhar. I request ma'am to kindly stay on stage to felicitate Ms. Rekha Babani. request Abha ma'am to stay on stage for felicitating Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh. Thank you, Abha ma'am. I now request Ms. Rupali Singh to kindly felicitate Ms. Parnika Rane. I kindly ask ma'am to stay on stage for felicitating Mr. Avyukt Nair. I request Ms. Ananya Verma to kindly come on stage. Thank you, ma'am. The lighting of the lamp marks an auspicious beginning, symbolizing the removal of darkness and the spread of knowledge and harmony within our learning community. May I request our TEDx licensee, Ms. Malaika Francis, to escort our esteemed principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, along with the dignitaries from Lighthouse Learning and our distinguished speakers to light the lamp and inaugurate the event. We will then begin with a graceful welcome dance by the students of EuroSchoolKharadi, setting a warm and celebratory tone for the day ahead.
गजवदन वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय हे गजवदन वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय
गजवदन वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय दशावतारी आम्ही धरितो तुमचेच पाय दशावतारी आम्ही धरितो तुमचेच पाय
हे गजवदन वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय हे गजवदन वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय हे गजवदन वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सुखकर्ता दुःखहर्ता माता विघ्नाची दुर्वी पूर्वी प्रेम कृपा जयाची सर्वांगी सुंदर सिंदुराची कंठी झळके माळ मुक्ता फळाची जय देव 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 जय देव
मंगलमूर्ती दर्शनाते मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय मंगलमूर्ती दर्शनाते मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव 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 जय देव
The way we tell our stories shapes the way we understand our lives. Every TEDx edition is shaped by thoughtful choices of theme, voice, and purpose. It is our privilege to invite Ms. Malaika David Francis, organizer, licensee, and curator of TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026, to share the vision behind this year's curation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I know we're an audience of only 100, but we can be louder. Good morning. So as I stand as the licensee and curator of TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026, it truly feels like a full circle moment. My journey with TEDx began in the year 2021, not as an organizer, but as a speaker and a core team member. I was someone with an idea, a voice, and a stage. Over the years, I continued to be a core team member, learning the intricacies that go behind putting such a big platform to life. For the last 2 years, I served as a co-organizer, understanding leadership, responsibility, I'm so sorry. For the last 2 years, when I served as a co-organizer, I put my time in understanding responsibility, leadership, and the power of a vision. My TEDx journey here at EuroSchoolKharadi has been nothing but something that I look back with a lot of memories. I owe this to a person who's not here with us, Dr. Reshma Sheikh, my mentor. Thank you, I think she truly deserves this. My mentor who introduced me to this global platform. She didn't just create an event, she created a culture of possibilities, ideas, and bringing TEDx here to us. On a way out, I promise to continue and carry forward a legacy with utmost integrity and passion, and I hope I do justice to that. I am also deeply grateful to our principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh. Thank you for having the faith in me, ma'am. Leadership is not about just giving responsibility. It is about believing in potential, and you truly did that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for trusting me. With a platform that represents global movement, intellectual honesty, and the power of storytelling. TEDx is not just an event. It is a responsibility of nurturing the voices that challenge convention, spark dialogue, and create an impact that goes beyond these walls. As a curator, my vision was simple, yet very powerful. We wanted ideas over performance, impact over impression, and I truly feel that we will deliver that today. Thank you, speakers, for daring to be vulnerable, the core team for turning this vision into reality, and to our audience for being open to ideas that may change perspectives today. Today is not just about talks, it's about transformations, it's about how our flaws have turned us and got us to the stage. It is about proving that age doesn't define influence. It is about proving that ideas have the power to change the world. So if this is a full circle moment, today is where the circle expands. Thank you and welcome to TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone for today's program. We will now move ahead with the TEDx introductory montage to formally begin the TEDx experience.
Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theatres, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Can we have a huge round of applause for this? A speaker may stand alone on stage, but their ideas have the power to move many. With that thought, let us welcome our first speaker to the stage to share an idea that inspires action, sparks reflection, and motivates us to think beyond boundaries. Curious, enthusiastic, and eager to grow, Meera is a grade 3 student at EuroSchoolKharadi with a keen interest in learning, creativity, and personal development. She actively participates in both academic and co-curricular activities, striving to expand her knowledge and skills. With a positive attitude and love for exploring new ideas, Meera is steadily building a strong foundation for the future while contributing meaningfully to her school community.
Hello. I want to take you back to a moment that still glows softly in my memory. My birthday. The house looked colorful and happy. There were balloons everywhere and a big cake on the table. Everything felt bright and full of celebration. All my friends were laughing, running around, playing games, and enjoying every bit of the day. Then came the best part, the gifts. I tore open the shiny ones first. One had a toy that made noise. One had a dress that sparkled beautifully. One had colors, one had stickers, one had games. And then I noticed something small, plain-looking package hiding under the big boxes, almost as if it was shy. When I opened it, it was a diary. A soft, pretty diary with empty pages full of possibilities. I wondered why it made me feel different from the rest of the presents. My mother saw my confused face and said, "Why don't you try journaling?" To me, journaling sounded like one of those mysterious words people say when they wear spectacles and drink tea without sugar. She said, "It's like writing your feelings, your thoughts, your tiny life stories." I didn't say anything out loud, but inside my mind I whispered to myself, "My feelings are too small to write, and as for the thoughts, I don't have many of those." Maybe that was my first mistake, thinking thoughts have to be big to matter. But feelings don't arrive fully formed. They arrive tiny and unfinished. I didn't know it then, but the diary was not waiting for the perfect thoughts. It was waiting for the honest ones. The party ended, but I couldn't stop thinking of fun I had with my friends and family. I didn't want it to be over. I kept wondering how could I hold on to moments and keep this day alive forever. And suddenly I remembered my mother's words, "Why don't you journal?" That night, after everyone fell asleep, I took out the diary. I touched the first page. It felt cold and smooth. The lines looked like they were waiting patiently for someone to live on them. My first line was just, Hello, diary. I don't know what to write, but I'm writing anyway. So I just scribbled anything that came into my mind. I wrote how I celebrated my birthday, who came, what made me smile, and what made the day special. The next day, another silly sentence. The day after that, 2 silly sentences. My diary looked like a place where confused words went for a morning walk. But slowly, very slowly, something changed. One day, I won a locution competition at school. I was so happy and proud that I couldn't stop smiling. I took out the diary and just started writing. I wrote about the speech I gave. I wrote about how it felt to stand on stage. And in that single moment, my diary stopped being a book and became a door to a secret room inside me where my thoughts could sit, stretch, yawn, and finally relax. It's not that I can't talk to my parents or friends, but some thoughts feel easier to write than to say, and that's why my diary feels special. Sometimes my diary still stays closed, not because I have nothing to say, but because I don't know how to say it yet. Some pages in my diary are neat, some are messy, some have drawings instead of words. Those messy pages became my favorite ones because they are real and honest. The more flaws my pages had, the more I understood myself. Every day, people click hundreds of photos. Birthdays, picnics, holidays, smiles, perfect moments. But tell me honestly, have you ever taken a picture of yourself crying? Or being scared? Or sitting quietly because something hurt your heart? We don't do that. Cameras can only see our faces, not our feelings. But diary sees everything. Every shade of emotion. Every tiny change in your heart. Every story even I didn't know I was living. A camera captures the moment. A journal captures the meaning of the moment. Cameras ask for smiles. Diary understands tears. But when someone understands both, the happy and the heavy, you slowly stop hiding from yourself. And that is when the real growing begins. It captures the moment that no camera can click. Let me ask you something. How many tiny memories do you remember from when you were younger? The little things, the small things. Sometimes we forget the sweetest details, like the first time we tied our shoelace by ourselves, the day we learned to ride a bicycle, the day your friend saved the last piece of chocolate for you, or you were scared to speak in class but still did it. These moments fly away like soap bubbles. Beautiful, but gone too quickly. Your diary catches them, holds them, saves them. One day when I'm older, I'll open these pages and see the whole story of my childhood written by the child I used to be. Soon my diary also started collecting my dreams. Some are huge like mountains, some are tiny like pebbles. Some might change next year, some might become true one day. But all of them live safely inside those pages. The places I want to travel, the skills I want to learn, the kind of person I hope to become. One day, while watching a short video about famous people who keep diaries, I learned that many of them also write down things they are thankful for every day. The video said it helps them notice all the little good things around them and feel happier. I thought, why don't I try that too? It began simply. I wrote 5 people I wanted to thank every day. At first, my list looked like a family photo. Mom, Dad, Coco my dog, and my sister. But soon I started noticing more. The maid who helps us at home and makes our mornings easier. The farmer who grows the food that fills our plate. The sweeper who cleans our society so we can live safely and comfortably. The teachers who guide me and believe in me. The friend who makes me laugh. People who make my life brighter in small ways I never saw before. Gratitude didn't just enter my diary, but it also entered my heart. Gratitude helps us believe in our abilities, stay confident during challenges, and focus on becoming the best version of ourselves. When I wrote them, best version of ourselves, gratitude makes our hearts feel lighter, our minds calmer, and it helps us see the world in a more kinder, positive way. The more I wrote, the more I understood why so many people around the world keep journals. People like Anne Frank, who wrote her thoughts during the hardest times. Mahatma Gandhi, who kept detailed diaries to reflect on his decisions, or even Oprah Winfrey, who says journaling changed her life. Their journal helped them find clarity in them, and mine was quietly teaching me the same. And as gratitude grew inside me, something else naturally followed. Affirmations, small sentences with big confidence. I am capable. I am learning every day. I can brave difficult moments. I choose kindness. Affirmations are like tiny reminders we give ourselves every day. When we repeat these small, powerful sentences, they grow inside us, shaping the way we think, feel, and act. When I wrote them, I felt like I was planting tiny seeds of courage inside myself. And the most magical thing? My journal is no longer a book. It is a friend who listens without interrupting. A mirror that reflects not on my face, but my feelings. A safe place where I can be honest. A treasure box where my childhood lives. A tiny teacher who shows me the meaning of the day. A soft voice telling me, I'm here, right, I won't judge you. And one day when I grow up and open these pages again, I'll meet the girl I once was. Brave, curious, silly, emotional, dreaming, learning. She will tell me stories I may forget. She will remind me of magic I may lose. She will show me the world through the eyes of the child, and that is the greatest gift I can give my future self. Tonight, if you can't sleep, just write one line. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it just has to be honest. My journal is not just a paper, it's the memory of my heart. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Meera, for an inspiring story. That was a success story, well written. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite our respected principal, Miss Afreen Sheikh, and the principal of EuroSchool Manjari, Miss Sameera Memon, to present Meera with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Meera. Ekta Sani, a content writer, storyteller, and spoken English trainer who brings creativity and clarity to every space she enters. A graduate by qualification and a creative at heart, she teaches storytelling, creative writing, and spoken English to both children and adults. While also working as a freelance content writer and strategist, her journey began in graphic design, where she developed an eye for user experience before discovering that content and language were her true calling. She has also translated the German book Featherlight, adding literary translations to her diverse portfolio. Based in Pune, Miss Ekta draws inspiration from stories, people, and everyday life, finding joy in reading, writing, and swimming. We welcome Miss Ekta on stage.
You're too angry. You're too sensitive. You're far too loud. Calm down. There's no need to take it personally. So, I took in a deep breath and I counted till 10. Now, I'm not only angry, but I'm also excellent at math. So, if anger were an exercise, I would have abs by now. So growing up, around me, I used to see, even as a young adult, I used to see people getting privileges and respect. And I would keep guessing, what is it that I could change, What is it? Should I change my job, my choices, my career, what? But it was a game I could never win because there was no goal. It didn't exist. And the rules of this game were updated daily without notice. You see, as kids, we are conditioned to be good. And anger is never really mentioned openly, loudly, or even foisted upon us as a value. And you realize, though, it is reinforced in 1,000 small ways. When you've argued with your teacher, or you've stood up to that popular kid in school, or if you've just scowled or shouted, there is a label that is coming and dancing its way to you. And no one is standing over there to say, oh, how wonderfully calm you are, when you're being disrespected. So you start to judge yourself like the others do too, because your good qualities are taken for granted. They're not mentioned, and there is no discussion of them. They're ignored. And once you start judging yourself as the others do too, the beginnings of a core belief are planted. Now, believing that something is wrong with you is a slippery slope, and trying to fix it is a folly. I believed that anger would isolate me. I was scared of rejection. I was terrified of losing emotional control, and I was petrified of being abandoned. So what did I do? I decided I won't be angry. I'm not going to be angry. So when I got angry, I suppressed, I ignored, I smiled, and I would cry in private, but I never addressed it. What happened then? Anger is not going to go away, but I was living in denial because I had to prove to those out there that, see, I'm a wonderful person. I don't get angry. I'm good enough. And from that standpoint stemmed all my decisions, my relationships, my work decisions, in fact, every big and small decision of my life, all the good and bad decisions of my life. Till anger had had enough. And one fine day, it showed up in the ugliest way possible, that of explosive rage. And in that red, all-consuming, powerful haze of anger, I lost some wonderful people. And I didn't understand it. I didn't recognize it, So I spiraled into shame. And then I fought harder to suppress it. And that tussle continued till I succeeded. I suppressed anger. Now it didn't come anymore knocking on my doors, but instead it started housing itself in me. And over a period of time, it started to kill my good parts, my fearlessness, my spontaneity, it slowly started to poison my soul. And the fact that I believed that whatever that went wrong around me was in fact my fault was itself crippling to any sort of change that I could try to muster. And I started observing people minutely, even trying to ascertain if their breathing has shifted. Do I need to apologize? Are they angry with me? I hadn't even noticed that I was not the angry one anymore. I was in fact the one who was afraid that the others were angry with me. All I wanted was validation. Validation that I was good enough. But what I didn't know then was this, that validation had to first come from me. And the truth has a strange way of proclaiming itself. One fine day I was filling out a form where I had to describe myself informally, and I had no clue. I had no words to describe myself. I had no clue who I was. And that realization stumped me. I mean, my inner dialogue with myself had stopped and I hadn't even noticed. It was shattering, and it was almost as if, my the core belief that I'm not good enough, it was acting out. It had ingrained its tentacles into me so deeply that my spirit seemed to be giving up. And that was when my nervous system said enough, and it declared war. And so my body gave up and I fainted. It was as if my body was kicking out all the squatters, the monster of niceness, the ogre of pleasing everyone, the witch of smiling through pain, and hounds of tolerance. When I woke up, it was as if a mist had cleared for me. There was no fear, only clarity. My anger was my soul talking to me, my spirit begging me to listen, that I'd been ignoring since forever. So I stayed and I listened to my anger. And because something inside me had fought its way to consciousness and clarity, and it was both emotional and physical. And I was going to make damn sure I held on to it, not going to let go. My anger was like that disgruntled employee that has filed repeated complaints with management. It was not a villain, but it had been ignored when I had been disrespected, when I had been scared, when I had been that proverbial doormat. I had ignored it. And my core belief that something is wrong with me had acted as the foundation from which fear and disrespect had ruled me. So my anger and my oversensitivity weren't really my flaws, They were a signal that something was wrong and needed to be addressed. There was nothing wrong with me. But then why was I living like there was? And at that minute, I made a decision to listen to myself. And for the first time in years, I started talking to myself. And there was a sense of deep, deep remorse and regret. There was no shame. That was a bolt, no shame. Wow. And I sat up straighter. I could hear my nervous system chuckling in the background. Hey, you seem to be getting it, it was saying. So for the longest time, I'd been told, you're too angry, you're too sensitive, you're far too much. And I realized that, anger is not always the problem. It is like that emotional notification. Ignoring it is not going to make it disappear. But it's going to continue buzzing in the background. And the good part about this is that once you address it, it is going to talk to you. It is going to tell you about what needs to change. A surprising development has happened with me. Now anger doesn't show up. It comes as a reminder now and then when I tend to move away from who I am. And today, that is the standpoint that all my life really stems from. I've realized that anger is, it tells us when something is wrong. It tells us when we are moving away from who we are. And we are good and we are enough. And just by that, we are unique. It's like DNA. So the next time someone tells you, you're too angry, you're too much, you're too sensitive, you're too intense, the question to ask is how not to be those things. Because you really can't shrink yourself or morph yourself into somebody who is not you. But the question to ask is, what if those things are your strengths? What if your being too much is your compass? What if your sensitivity is your depth? What if your intensity is your conviction? And what if your anger is your boundary keeper? So, for the longest time, I used to believe that my biggest flaw was my anger. But I realize now that my biggest flaw was believing that I was flawed. And the moment I stopped fighting or amputating those parts that were really just trying to protect me, I became whole. I stopped being less. And that is what Flossom means to me. Not perfection, not being polished, and certainly not being endlessly pleasant, but honest, integrated, and aligned. Flossom is when you stop fighting those parts of yourself that were really just trying to protect you. Flossom is when you realize that the things that you called your flaws, your so-called flaws, are really just your strengths without permission. So the next time when someone tells you, you're too much, you smile and you say, no, I'm just enough. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Ms. Ekta, for your inspiring words. Your talk was truly motivating. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Amreen Memon, City School Development Manager, Pune and Hyderabad, to present Ms. Ekta with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Ms. Ekta.
A gentle reminder, all attendees are kindly requested to switch off their mobile phones or keep them on silent mode. While a speaker is delivering their talk, we request everyone to kindly restrict movement inside the auditorium as a mark of respect for the speaker and the ideas being shared.
It is a pleasure to introduce Ms. Vishaka Boibar, an academic coordinator deeply committed to strengthening the foundations of early education. With postgraduate qualifications in management and psychology, Ms. Vishaka brings together thoughtful research, practical experience, and genuine empathy in her work. Over the years, she has trained teachers, mentored educations, and contributed to the design of preschool programs that balance structure with sensitivity. At the heart of her work is a clear focus, equipping educators with the confidence and practical tools needed to nurture young minds with care and intention. Through her integrated and compassionate approach, Ms. Vishaka continues to make learning more meaningful, inclusive, and accessible for every child she serves.
How many of you have always known what you wanted to be? Wow. How many of you are still figuring it out? If where you are today is enough, if what you've achieved makes you happy, somewhere between childhood dreams and adult expectations, we learn to measure ourselves with marks, with milestones, with labels. Every child is born extraordinary, not loud, not polished, not always fluent, but extraordinary in their own way. But we start measuring them too early with tools too narrow and labels too permanent. For over a decade, I have worked at the intersection of child development and classroom design for young learners to accommodate their needs, to include them, not only because it is the most important part of their foundational years, but also because it shapes their identity. But even today, a lot of classrooms are designed around control rather than curiosity, compliance rather than creativity. We standardize speed, we reward stillness, and we compare labels. And slowly, subtly, children begin to shrink. They get scared. They want to be understood. There's no such thing as an average child, only a child who is not seen clearly yet. I know this because I was once one of them. When long words appeared on the board, my chest tightened. When I was asked to read aloud in class, I felt scared. When I forgot names mid-sentence, heat rushed to my face. And I became very quiet. I wanted to hide. And by the age of 7, I was not only struggling with reading, I was struggling to find myself. This is me. I was 7 here. If you look at my picture, you won't see anxiety, you won't see working memory overload. You won't see hundreds of thoughts going on in my head. All you will see a child looking at you smiling. I was labeled average. Average. Sounds harmless, right? Sounds neutral. But for a child, it becomes a ceiling. It becomes your identity. And when anxiety comes into picture, it blocks access to learning. Working memory shrinks, recall becomes inconsistent. Words blur out. Even language seems difficult than it actually is. Years later, something changed. I started understanding some things. A loud child gets attention. A disruptive child gets intervention. But what about a withdrawn child? A withdrawn child, she gets misread, forgotten, lost. So I started reading, not for grades, not to get recognized, not to be seen in class, just to understand. And something changed. I started working on myself. I realized instead of asking this question that what is wrong with me, I should be asking, how can my brain learn best? Slowly fear left me. And when fear left the room, I started understanding better. I became more confident. I started making more friends. I became better at conversations with my friends. And I started working on myself. I educated myself before I educated others. I started reading slowly, deliberately. Started helping myself by recording myself and listening back. Not with shame, but with strategy. I took myself to rooms that intimidated me, rooms like this one. And today I stand here that my 10, 16, even 25-year-old self would have been terrified of. Not to erase my difference, but to embrace it, to work on it. I started studying, I got my master's, I got a job, I got married, and I had a son. This is my beautiful family, very close to my heart this picture is. And this is my husband, my 4-year-old son Anay, and myself. Now, I was again scared that, what happened with me as a child, what I went through should not happen to my child, and my child should not go through all this again. So me and my husband, we collaborated. We worked towards creating psychological safety for our child. We started having conversations with him. We identified his strengths at early age. What is identifying strengths? Not whether he'd become a doctor or something else in future, but understanding what he really likes doing. He likes playing in the sand, let him write in the sand. If he likes to go on picnics or to zoos to understand more about animals and their habitats, let's take him to the zoo. We helped him by creating a net around him, a cushion around him wherein he can confide in us. Now today if I ask you to draw a house for me, I'm sure we all will draw the same house, that one house with one door, two windows, two mountains in the background, and to be precise, 3 birds flying in the sky, and a well, of course. We will all draw the same house. Why? Because we were taught to draw that house. This is how, I've never lived in such a house. I don't know who this house belongs to. But if I ask my son to draw a house today, first question that he'll ask me is why? Why do you want me to draw a house? And if I can answer this question for him, he'll ask me, what kind of a house do you want me to draw, Mama? An igloo, a hut, a bungalow, a mansion, a flat? What kind of a house? So today in this generation of Gen Zs and Gen Alphas and Gen Betas coming along, we need to have answers for our children. Because they will ask us questions, which is their right. We cannot be those tiger parents like our parents were. We have to be dolphin parents. We have to accommodate their questions and have answers for them. So me and my husband, we work towards it and we are trying to help him. So we don't know whether our son will become a doctor or a pilot or an astronaut or even a scuba diving instructor for that matter. That's his choice. But what we can do for him is give him a safety net. If he is scared about something, he should always be able to come to us and confide in us. I have read this beautiful book, The Whole Brain Child. In this book, the authors talk about 12 strategies on parenting. And I've liked 2 things about these strategies. One is reason to reason. They say make up stories, spend time with your children. We all are busy, we are all working, we are all busy in our house, at office, we are all stressed. But me and my husband, we have created this thing at home, rule, 11-11 rule, wherein we spend 11 minutes in the morning and 11 minutes at night without any interruptions, without TV, no screen time, nothing, only with our son. Sometimes he talks. Sometimes we talk, sometimes he listens. But our day ends on a positive note. He feels heard. That's what we should do as educators and as parents at school as well as at home. And always try and spend time with each other. Enjoy your time together as family. Family can be anywhere. It can be at home, it can be at workplace as well, right? We have a lot of friends at workplace. So spend time with each other. Because one day your children will grow up, have their own family. I'm sure they should also take this from us and he will also spend 11 minutes with his family. Now I want to circle back to my first question. Is everybody happy with where they are today? If not, today is the day we start working on it. Because vision boards sounds very cliche, right? But one thing if you change in a year, after a year, if there's one thing that you've achieved, be it a small thing, one step at a time. But work towards it. That change will make you very, very happy, no matter what age you start in. You have to start, change something. Stagnancy is not good for anybody. So start working on your fears, embrace your flaws, and become what you've always wanted to become. Today is the day. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Ms. Vishaka, for your inspiring words. That was a success story well written. May I now invite our respected Principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, our cluster admissions manager, to present Ms. Vishaka with a little token of appreciation for her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Ms. Vishaka.
Our next speaker is Avyuk Nair, a grade 8 student from EuroSchool Banarghatta, whose curiosity finds expression through exploration and creativity. An avid reader and researcher, Avyuk is fascinated by history, archaeology, aviation, and wildlife. What sets him apart is his eagerness to take what he learns and bring it to life, often through models, projects, and presentations that help him share his knowledge with others. A confident communicator, Avyuk actively participates in events and has even started his own YouTube channel to showcase insights from his research. Beyond academics, he is a swimmer, practices Sirambam, and enjoys discovering new cuisines, combining discipline with curiosity in all that he does. Today, Avyuk invites us to explore nature's remarkable abilities and how the human mind is learning from them to share advances in technology, medicine, and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Avyuk Nair to the TEDx stage.
When I was much younger, at my friend's birthday party, everyone was really excited because he had just got a new gaming system. And of course, all my friends and even I were excited to try it out. And as my friends played, I was marveled at their skill, the way they handled the controller like a third limb, their speed, reflexes. And then my turn came. Well, let's just say the best thing I did that day was somehow getting the character to walk in one straight line. As birthday parties started moving more into gaming zones, and my friends started leveling up on new games, downloading the latest game, I wasn't good at it, nor did I find much interest in it. Instead, I loved to read about history, archaeology, birds, animals, and for some reason still under investigation, military aircraft and technology. And I always wondered, why does my brain always go into these items, then go into the current generation? I wondered, was I born in the wrong generation by mistake? Was I an error in this? And when a new career counseling path started in our school, my career counselor looked at my entire interdisciplinary things. It honestly looked like a mixture between a museum, Air Force base, and an airport, and let's just say I've never seen a person more confused after reading a file. But she thought I couldn't stay in one lane. She thought I was a multidisciplinary mess. I was too flawed, and it was a flaw. So, was I flawed? Or was I just different? Was this mess in my head something new or something like a mistake? For a long while, I believed the first, until I noticed something. I was born to a mother who her in herself is a rare flaw. I know I'm saying this, but she recently realized too. And instead of feeling ashamed about it or trying to hide it, she wears it like a rare hat on all seasons. You know, honestly, I've never seen her wear another hat. So maybe this is her fashion sense. Anyways, and that got me thinking. Because in biology and our evolution, there's no such thing as a flaw. But something like a flaw is variation. And now, I'm going to say something totally crazy. Our evolution, our process, is a mistake. It's a complete flaw. But it is a flaw by design. We have evolved into humans. We have talk, speak the way we like because of evolution, where our DNA has developed over millions of years. How does it happen? Well, our genes get copied from one generation to another. But there are tiny errors in each copy. There are tiny mistakes. Now imagine this was completely perfect. None of these tiny mistakes occur. Let's take this plant for example. Imagine this plant is completely perfect, no issues, and can thrive beautifully. Then suddenly, there's a new disease, and the plant will die completely. Why? Because of that perfection. Because it was perfect for a world that no longer exists. We live in a world that is rapidly changing, from global warming to the next weather. In fact, the city I live in, Bangalore, is known for its complete weird weather. But what has this got to do with flaws and mistakes in evolution? Well, if you look at the story of us being humans, it is filled with flaws. Take an example, walking. If you haven't noticed, us humans, much like our chimpanzees or gorillas, we walk on two legs, and almost unlike any other animal, we have no tail. Now, from a design view, this can be a complete mistake. Because of us walking on two legs, that puts a lot of pressure, a lot of weight on them. And in any sport, the most common injuries happen at the legs. Torn ankle, sprain, ligament tear, hip replacement, joint replacement. Now, you may consider this a flaw, a mistake that occurred. But look at it this way. Without this flaw, could we run and play? Imagine playing football or something on all four legs. It's impossible. An error in our code created something new. Let's take our brains. We humans can talk like this, communicate like this, because of our big brains. But did you know something? The reason for our brains being so big and diverse is a mistake. Our brains work on the diverse number of neurons that are in our brain. But did you know the gene responsible for this vast number of neuron production was a mistake? The SRGAP2C gene is responsible for this. But upon further research, it was found out that this gene was actually a misprint, a slight issue from in our ancestors' times. From generation to generation, this cell got a slight mistake. And look where that's led us to now. Our innovation, apart from evolution, mirrors this. In fact, many of us might call it jugaad. What is jugaad basically? Many of us might have heard of it. When the remote doesn't work, hit it again, and it'll work. Scooter not starting, on, off. In fact, our evolution, our history works like that. We all know what curd is, right? Dahi, masaru, majjige, or even that expensive yogurt that sits at the back of the fridge. We all eat it almost every single day. But did you know the creation of curd was a complete flaw, an accident? The story goes, about 7,000 years ago, some people in Central Asia had left out their milk outside in the sun and had forgotten about it. That milk curdled to form curd. And for a long time, people thought it was just a flaw of the milk. It can't stay for long. Until one person decided to try it. And it became something completely new. Now, we'll talk about sambar. I know it may sound a little random, but hear me out. Some of us might know what sambar is. They eat it with dosa, idli, rice, or when your mother is too tired to make another curry, so just reheats it from breakfast. But did you know, sambar was also a mistake? Legend goes, long time ago, in the Tanjavur Maratha kingdom, a Maratha kingdom in Tamil Nadu, the royal chefs of that kingdom were about to receive a very important guest. The famous Maratha ruler, King Sambhaji. Now, to impress this guest, the chefs of that kingdom decided to make the traditional Maharashtrian curry, amti. But this was Tamil Nadu, and they were missing one very key ingredient, kokum. So instead of worrying about it or thinking that his curry may be too flawed, a mistake not suitable for anyone, that chef decided to jugaad his way into something. He added a local thing, tamarind, into it. And that's how sambar was born, a dish created out of a mistake. And that works in the way of the universe. Because in our lives, nothing is going to be perfect. And an evolution has taken that. Evolution is nothing but biological jugaad. When you look at a cell or something, it looks at the way it can be improved. It tries to make a mistake. It's not a master architect planning the entire world. It's more like a ruthless experimenter with a very, very long memory. So the next time you try to edit yourself, thinking that you are too flawed, you are too different, maybe you should just stop and think about it. We all have heard that only the fittest survive, only the strongest, the smartest can survive in our world. But maybe it isn't so much about the strongest or the fittest. Maybe it's about the different. Because as we have seen, most of our entire lives were based on a slight mistake that happened in our history. And now I stand here today, a boy who still can't play a video game, a boy whose career counselor thinks that there is no hope, a boy whose career path is as muddled as sambar itself. But when I look at myself back again, I feel, am I too much of a mess? Am I too flawed? Or am I just different? Because remember, the world does not move forward because someone or something is perfect. It moved forward, as our history has proven, because someone was brave enough to be different. Someone decided to change, decided to experiment, and that's what I wanted to talk about. So the next time those who are sitting here, they feel they should change themselves, they feel they have to fit in, don't. Because maybe your flaws aren't truly mistakes, but instead a secret new adaptation you've unlocked for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Avyukt, for such a thoughtful and engaging talk. May I now request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Malaika Francis, our TEDx licensee, to present Avyukt with a memento as a token of appreciation for his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. I request Ms. Afreen ma'am to kindly remain on stage. It is now an honor to invite our esteemed principal and co-organizer to address the gathering, a leader who consistently inspires excellence and purposeful learning. She has been instrumental in creating spaces where young minds are encouraged to think boldly, speak confidently, and lead with empathy. Ma'am, we request you to share your thoughts and further illuminate the spirit of today's TEDx experience.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you, and I invite you once again to the formal platform, the speakers especially, yes, to present themselves on a stage such as this. I am already speechless hearing the speakers so far, right from the little one we have here, and a storyteller sitting amongst us. I heard Miss Vishakha, my academic coordinator, and I was truly awestruck the way you shared some of your flaws. To all the audience here, let me say, it takes great courage to present your flaws on a stage such as this. Not just here, but on a global platform. It's very, very easy for us to boast of all of our strengths. It's very easy, isn't it? But it takes great might and great courage to stand here before everybody and speak of our flaws. I learned a lot so far, and I'm willing to learn a lot from the speakers that are going to come in next. When I talk about TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi, yes, this is our 5th edition, and definitely Malaika was right, and I too would acknowledge my mentor, Dr. Reshma Sheikh, who was a true visionary and who led TEDx Youth for so many years at this very campus. 5 years back when I joined the same platform here, not 5 years, sorry, 3 years back when I joined, and I attended this platform for the very first time. I witnessed as a volunteer myself, and I was truly spellbound with the way things were being conducted and managed by all of our volunteers, by Malaika, and of course guided by my very own mentor and leader. Today I stand here before you as a co-organizer, but I think I truly do not deserve that position, but I did accept it willingly just to learn from my very own Malaika, my academic coordinator. So, rightly said, it's not about age, it's about your attitude. So, as I stand before you, let me tell you, the biggest flaw that I have to overcome over the years. I definitely did not have it in me to stand before an audience on a stage and even speak a sentence for that matter. As a little child in school, coming from a school, a very traditional school, one of the elite schools in Pune, I witnessed flawless speakers come before me and speak flawlessly in front of a huge audience. And the very first time that I had stepped on the stage, I had clearly forgotten all my lines. I stood there, I trembled, I was nervous, I shivered below my waist. And believe you me, that was the time I decided I'm never ever going to step up on the stage and speak ever again. I think today is the first time I have taken the courage as the principal of EuroSchoolKharadi to speak of my flaw. And yes, that was then, and here I am today, where I actually refused to hold a paper or to read from a script. So that's how I have tried to embrace my flaw and speak before an audience such as you. I can truly relate with you, Ms. Vishakha, when you speak of what nervousness and anxiety can look like. I think I have grown through that as well. And I can so relate with you, Ms. Ekta, when you talked about anger. I think anger is also a unique strength. And thank you so much, little one, for talking about journaling. I think your mother has given you a great idea, and you have given me one too. I will start journaling all at the age of 39. I think it's not late. Thank you so much. Audience, I will also like to tell you what EuroSchool is all about, and what better than a platform such as this. So the motto of EuroSchool is, discover yourself. And what more than the topic, the theme that we have selected today, that is so powerful. Embrace your imperfection. That's all what even EuroSchool teaches us. So when you talked about, Ms. Vishakha, when you talked about the boundaries in a classroom, or how a child needs to learn to ask questions, be curious, I could not help but think of the way we deliver our lessons in school. So I can proudly say, standing before you, that what you can see today is a result of what we began months ago for the 5th edition through TEDx. At TEDx, we had Saturday sessions, invited all of our students to participate, led by our teacher volunteers, who took these sessions for our children and helped them embrace their curiosity, have debates, arguments, build resilience, ask a lot of questions, and deliver speeches. We finally had 2 who were shortlisted and selected, and we have both of them here. Can you both please stand? Can we please give them a huge round of applause? So that's Prisha and that's Myra. And these 2 little ones spoke flawlessly on the TEDx platform, and you will hear Prisha, and you have already heard one today. Audience, I also would like to acknowledge Avyukt Nayar, who came all the way from Banarghata. Can you please stand, Avyukt? He was a participant, a speaker last year, and this year as well. He was shortlisted, and I thank his parents and the school for helping him reach this platform in Pune today. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the other speakers. I will not be naming you all, but yes, it does take a lot of courage to come and speak about your flaws, to embrace it on a stage such as this, because it's not flawless people who teach us and who change the world, but I believe it is the flawsome ones who do. It's not perfection that guides us, but it is authenticity that does. Thank you so much, audience. I hope you have a wonderful time listening to the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our principal? Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Some people teach communication. Dr. Shilpi Chatterjee teaches courage guided by empathy. Her journey began at the age of 13, helping children find her words for feeling they could not yet express. That early sensitivity shaped a lifelong commitment to meaningful communication. Today, as a senior trainer in communication and soft skills with a professional doctorate in learning and development, she has guided over 15,000 learners from school students to MBA and PGDM professionals. But what truly defines her work is the space she creates, spaces where people feel heard, understood, and confident enough to be themselves. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shilpi Chatterjee to the TEDx stage.
The greatest gift we can give to another human being is our presence. It truly connects with the word Ubuntu, an African philosophy that says, I am because we are. I am because we are. I believe that it is very important to connect with each other So sorry. So, yeah. This is a flaw. Okay. All right. So, I generally have this thing that I keep forgetting, right? And this is not what my plan was to talk about, but yes, I can speak about that right now. So, flaws for me has always been about, being the best. And we always see that every person around us is someone who is doing best, who has gone to the best of the, the places, the colleges. And my life has been about, telling me that I'm not good enough or I'm below average. So it started somewhere in in 1997. Let's start from there. 1997 report card day. My parents and I were rushing down the corridor, looking very confident, sure that I have done great. But my teachers had other plans. She looked at me and said, you are below average. You did not do well. And just enough to pass. My heart sank, my smile disappeared, and all I could think of is I was just not given a grade. What I was given was an identity. Below average, not good enough. My friends, on the other hand, were praised to be gifted, to be bright. They moved to of the colleges, they went overseas, went abroad, and some even got accolades. And my report card said a different story. My classrooms echoed it, and I believed it. Labels are something which is not very loud, and it whispers. And the whispers have power. Time the whisper was, you're not good enough, you're below average. And that kind of set me back. And since my friends started, going to the best of the colleges, some of them even got accolades, what I did was, I started working in a community center, teaching there. There were no accolades, there were no, applauds. But yes, that made me confirm that I didn't make it. Over the years, I started teaching in different NGOs to give what I didn't get, empathy. One day, I was teaching in one of these NGOs where a young girl was sitting right opposite. She looked sad, devastated, and almost broken. I leaned towards her and asked her softly, "Are you okay?" She looked at me with teary eyes and said these 3 words, "Nobody loves me." That hit me hard. I knew I couldn't fix her, but yes, what I could do was show her empathy. And that's exactly what I did. First, I apologized to her. I heard I just didn't listen to her, rather. I listened to every little girl in that room. So, listened hard. Then what I told them to do was to share their thoughts and feelings, and then acknowledge it. After acknowledging, they are to bring one positive sentence or one positive word in that particular space. Like, I am forgiveness today. I am compassionate today. After that, each student had to share about a friend or the person sitting next to them. So they had to say something, positive that they noticed. What did they notice about the person? For example, I thank Khushbu for helping me carry the books. Or, I love the way Kishore dances. Over time, what I saw is that empathy filled the room. Every person, there was confidence, there was love, they bonded, and there was trust. So what I realized at that point is classes didn't need listeners. Rather, they needed listeners, I'm sorry. Actually, what they didn't need it was answers, because we tend to give a lot of answers in classrooms, right? So what they needed was better listeners and more empathy. So as I went ahead, moved on, I had the privilege of working in this setting called social, emotional, and ethical learning. It is a framework created by Emory University in collaboration with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Because I was in that setting, it kind of connected me to a lot of things. My flaws, people's flaws. The first thing that what we look into is to be comfortable with our we are not. So that makes us judge others very easily, isn't it? Okay. So as I started, being in that particular program, I started noticing people. I saw that they needed guidance. But what kind of guidance did they need was the question in my mind. So I started thinking, and then I got a beautiful word called the empathy deck, which you can see here, right? So the empathy deck is something that you can connect to. It is a guidance where I, as a person, can connect to myself, to, the compassion that I have, the listening, not only to myself, but to others. But before I can even listen to another, am I listening to myself? Am I getting connected to myself? So I'll just go through 3 of them. There are 31. It's about days, and you can just pick up any one whenever you want. So one of them is talking about breathe into awareness. So it is about the message, awareness begins with breath. Very important is when we breathe, it is we connect with each other. Breathing is the best technique to get to connect to oneself, which we don't actually nowadays with this kind of rush and with all the jazz that is happening around. We just do not sit with ourselves and breathe. there's a reflection to that. That is, what am I noticing in my body and mind right now? So as I sit down and I start noticing my body, if you feel right now, even right now, each one of you can feel that there will be a sense in your body. It can be cold, it can be warm. There are all kinds of small cells which is just making you feel something, You do not know what it is. And it's just creating havoc in your body at times. But then when I breathe, I'm actually with it, right? So it is kind of reflecting me back, questioning me that what am I noticing in my body? And the practice is take 3 conscious breaths and observe without judgment. Very important, because every time what we keep doing is judging. Why this person is doing this? Why is this person speaking? Why am I feeling this? Why that? And so many whys that we keep judging and judging. But breathing will help you to observe without judgment. And trust me, judgment will come. The first judgment will be, why am I sitting here and breathing? Right? And your next judgment will be, is anyone looking at me? Or am I fine? Am I breathing well? Oh yes, you are. You have been breathing so many years, by the way. It's just that you are being with yourself, right? Okay, the next one, if you see, is embrace active listening. So I need to embrace myself, because in active listening, when I say it is not just to self, but also to others. When I am doing an active listening, so there's a difference. You will say, I do listen. No, you are just listening. You have 2 ears, You listen from one ear, you take out from the other. But when you do active listening, you actually are with that person. You're sitting there, you're actually listening. What is that person saying? What is that person feeling? Here, today choose to listen, to understand, not to respond. You would say, why did I not use the word reaction, and why did I use the word respond? The reason is because the moment a friend runs to you and say, you know what, my boyfriend dumped me. And then the first question will come to your mind is, why? What happened? No, don't do that. That's a response. You need to listen. And that's exactly what here we are going to do. I'm choosing to understand what is the feeling that she's going through. What is the pain that she's going through? What is the hurt that she's going through? That is very, very important. Then I will reflect back, is who in your life needs to feel heard today? I need to think that who in my life needs to be heard? Who needs to be listened? Is it my parents? Because they are also aging. At times we don't have time for our parents. We are so busy with our life. Sometimes being busy, we just, kind of run around, not giving time to our children. I have a son who is 18 years of age. I don't remember when at times I don't give him time. He wants to talk to me, and I sometimes don't give him. So maybe I would like to reflect back that this is the time that I want to sit with him and listen to him, what he wants to say. Practice, try to stay silent for 5 seconds before replying in your next conversation. 5 seconds. It's not much to ask, is it? But sometimes even that 5 seconds feel like 5 years to us, right? So when a person comes and tells you something, just listen. Feel the thought. Feel what that person is saying. Very, very important. We don't do that nowadays. And last but not the least, celebrate others. Uplifting others lights your own path too. So the message is that when we uplift others, it is lighting your own path. So what I saw is that when I was in NGO, though my flaws got me there, but I saw that there was some kind of upliftment that I was doing between those children who needed the respect, who needed love, who needed some kind of support. And I was one of them who could give that. And the reflection is, who can you acknowledge today? So when I'm reflecting back, very important is to acknowledge. We do not do that. How many times have we actually got up and acknowledged ourselves that yes, today I woke up on time, completed my work, or did something or the other? For us, acknowledgement is big, something big, like as if I am, standing there to get an Oscar award. No, Oscar award is not. The award that you need to get is of your life. Every day, what you're doing. What is it, that one thing that you can acknowledge yourself? Trust me, the day you start acknowledging every day, just not yourself, the moment you start acknowledging yourself, you will automatically start acknowledging the other person. And it is that one acknowledgement that I was always craving for, and I felt that, oh, it is okay because I have started acknowledging me. That is more than anything else. And then the practice, offer one specific appreciation to a colleague or friend, even to your family members, of course, to the people who are close and dear ones. Do we appreciate people around us? We have to really think at times. Did I appreciate my mom for cooking that beautiful, that lovely, tasty sambar maybe, or did I actually acknowledge my son for, being brave enough to come and tell me that, hey, I'm not interested to do that. That is also very brave, but do I appreciate that? Did I acknowledge that? Maybe not. But it is important that I sit and practice that. So every time you look into any kind of social, emotional, ethical learning, as we say it, is the way that we connect with each other. So what I saw is that throughout my life, I have always created bridges and walls. So the first wall that I started creating was when I was told that I'm not good enough and that below average. But today, right now, what I started doing is that I started creating a bridge, saying that it is Flossom. Flossom is not something, not a story rather, that breaks you. It is becoming. It is something that, makes you. It is not something that breaks you, right? So I believe is that flaws are something that you need to connect to. The moment you connect to your flaws, trust me, your every aspect in your life, if you look back, you will realize that why I was flawed, why was this happened. Then you can start connecting back, and trust me, the connecting of those dots will make you feel proud. And you would thank God that, yes, thank you for me being flawed. Because just think for a moment, I'll just let you, a question that I have for you is, just think, what if the struggles were actually somewhere that made you who you are today, so I get present to things. The moment I start struggling, I'm present to something, right? Okay, I'm present to XYZ, so many things. Or what if your chaos that you had was actually building you to become patient? You have to think about all that. And flaw is the most beautiful thing that I can, I thank, and I just believe that Flossom is awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpi Chatterjee, for a deeply moving talk. Your reflections on courage, empathy, and honest communication will stay with us. May I request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Aba Khare, our academic coordinator, to present Dr. Shilpi Chatterjee with a small token of appreciation for her contribution as a speaker at TEDxYouth EuroSchoolKharadi. you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Shilpi. We are delighted to introduce Aryan Jagtap, a second-year Bachelor of Commerce student and triathlete from Pune, who believes that limits are often self-created. Recognized as Maharashtra's youngest Ironman, Aryan's journey reflects discipline, resilience, and a deep commitment to grow. For him, success is not measured by medals, but by mindset, the courage to show up each day, embrace discomfort, and remain consistent even when it's challenging. Through this story, Aryan inspires young minds to step beyond their comfort zones, strengthen their mental resolve, and pursue meaningful goals with clarity and purpose.
Check. When I was a little boy, I heard a word that sounded like a superhero. Iron Man, but not the one in the suits. The one who swims, cycles, and runs distances which is unfathomable to a normal human brain. I remember sitting there tiny with my feet not even touching the ground, hearing adults talk about it like it's almost impossible. Only elite athletes do it, normal people can't. And there something strange happened. Instead of thinking, oh wow, that's impossible, I thought, okay, when do I start? I didn't know how, I didn't know when, I didn't know what it would take. A dream so big that it didn't make sense at all. But in that little boy's mind, a seed was planted. And this day, ladies and gentlemen, he stands in front of you being Maharashtra's youngest Ironman. My talk is called Your Limits Are Well-Trained Liars. Because every single limit you think you have has been trained, rehearsed, conditioned by fear, other people's expectations, and the environment around you. And I learned that the hard way. Before Ironman, my journey didn't start with medals. It started with curiosity. At 6 months old, I was a baby model for Johnson's Baby. At 16, I cycled all the way from Pune to Gateway of India, not once, not twice, but thrice. In the same year, I swam a 5-kilometer state-level open water race. At 17, I cycled 250 kilometers from Pune to Pandharpur, one shot. And at 18, I stood on the start line of Ironman. But here's what you don't see in the Instagram posts, in the certificates, or in the medals. You don't see the doubt. You don't see fear. You don't see the voice that whispers, maybe this is too much. Because limits always whisper. They don't scream. And if you listen long enough, you start believing them. Ironman is not just a race. It's a conversation with your mind. You swim in open waters where your heart is pounding louder than the waves. You swim with sea creatures getting stung by jellyfish. You cycle for hours where your legs stop asking for permission and start demanding mercy. You run where every muscle feels like it has signed a resignation letter. And somewhere in between, your mind starts negotiating. Maybe this is too much. Maybe this isn't for you. Maybe stop. But on the day of my Ironman, my limits didn't whisper. They tried to scream. During my cycling leg, all of my life-saving salt tabs fell. Now, for those who don't know, if you don't consume a salt tab every 30 minutes during such endurance races, your muscles cramp badly. And that's what exactly happened. My right leg completely cramped. I wasn't able to move it at all. Every pedal stroke felt like someone was twisting my muscle with a wrench. And here's the interesting part. I still had about 30% of the cycling course still left. At that moment, my mind offered me a very reasonable suggestion. Stop. It sounded safe. It sounded like a trained liar. But a long time ago, I had made a promise to myself. I will go to any extent to accomplish a goal I set in my mind. So I kept going pain by pain, pedal by pedal. Somehow, I finished my cycling leg. Just before my run, I went to the medical tent and grabbed a muscle spray. My right leg was still cramped like it had declared Independence Day from my body. In the spur of the moment, in desperation to fix my leg, I sprayed so much muscle spray that my leg started burning like absolute hell. Not slight discomfort, not slight tingling. I mean fireworks. My legs felt like they were being cooked in a hot clay oven. So there I was, about to run a marathon with one leg cramped and the other one feeling like it had been marinated in chili oil. And yet, I started running. Because courage is not always heroic. Courage sometimes looks like limping forward with a burning leg and a stubborn mind. After hours of cycling, running, and swimming across pain, doubt, fear, and a burning leg, I reached the finish line. Now, most people, when they finish an Ironman, they cry, they lie down, and they hug. But when I finished, I did 20 push-ups. Because why not? And just when I thought I was done, the race director looked at me and said, 10 more, then only I'll give you the medal. So there I was after my race, doing 30 push-ups, negotiating for my own medal. At that moment, I realized something very powerful. Your limits don't end when you reach the finish line. They just move with the finish line. And your job is to keep moving with it. People often ask me, what motivates you? And my answer surprises them. It's not success, it's not applause, it's not medals. It's failure. Because failure for me are the greatest teachers alive. Every time I failed, I learned something about my strength. Every time I fell short, I learned something about my character. Every time I doubted myself, I learned how to believe again. Failure is not the opposite of success. Failure is training for success. So I tell myself every day, dream big, dare to fail. Because the sky is not the limit, your mindset is. And the moment you realize your limits are just well-trained liars, you start questioning everything they tell you. This day, I'm not standing here just as someone who finished an Ironman. I'm standing here as proof that dreams that sound unrealistic today can become introductions tomorrow. That little boy that once heard about Ironman and thought, okay, when do I start, is now standing here telling you, start now. Start scared, start unsure, start unprepared. But start, because it's very important to go from 0 to 1, and you don't learn how to swim unless you jump in the water. So jump in the water and take that leap of faith. Your mind will tell you to stay small, stay comfortable, stay safe, but you weren't built for that. You were built to test your edges, to push your boundaries, and to redefine what's possible for you. Not for the world, but for you. I live by a simple belief. Once I set a goal in my mind, I will go to any extent to accomplish it, no matter what happens. So I want you to ask yourself today, what is that one goal that feels slightly over the edge, that scares you, that feels slightly impossible? Yes, that's the one. And if it doesn't scare you, it won't change you. Last but not least, the word impossible says, I am possible. I want to take this moment to thank my mom for her unwavering love and support. Mama, this is for you. My dad and my fellow friends for their unwavering love and support throughout my whole journey. This was possible only because of you all. I want to leave you all with a quote I deeply resonate with. A lion never measures the size of the jungle. A lion never measures the size of the jungle. He simply conquers it. So stop measuring your jungle, stop calculating your limits, stop negotiating with fear. Just step in and conquer. Because your limits are well-trained liars. Thank you. I am Aryan Jagtap, signing off.
A heartfelt thank you, Mr. Aryan, for your inspiring talk. You showed true Ironman qualities. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Rupali Singh, our academic coordinator, to present Mr. Aryan with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Aryan. Melody has a beautiful way of bringing hearts together, and the music has the power to unite us beyond words. With harmonies that blend and voices that rise as one, we are ready to present a performance that celebrates togetherness through tune and rhythm. Let us now immerse ourselves in a melodious symphony, a soulful choir performance by the EuroSchoolKharadi.
Thank you so much to the choir team. I, Shania,
And I, Akshaj.
will be taking the proceedings ahead. Taking the TEDx stage now is Parnika Rane, a grade 9 student from the Kalyani School, Pune, whose curiosity and confidence shaped the way she engages with the world. A passionate debater and active Model United Nations delegate, Parnika enjoys engaging with complex ideas, questioning perspectives, and expressing her views with clarity and conviction. Writing is another space where her thoughts find expression. She is the author of 3 books and has written numerous stories and blogs. Beyond academics, she continues to explore a wide range of interests, from learning the guitar to following the fast-paced world of Formula One. Creative, expressive, and driven by curiosity, Parnika is a young voice unafraid to think deeply and speak boldly. Please join us in welcoming Parnika Rane to the TEDx stage.
Before I start, I just want to have a big thumbs up knowing that everyone is all great and ready to go. Great. So, I want to show you a different way to see the world. In Japan, there's an ancient traditional art called kintsugi. When a piece of pottery breaks, instead of repairing it with invisible glue, they repair it with gold. They choose to highlight the cracks rather than hiding them. That's what makes it the most valuable part of the object. The philosophy behind this is Wabi Sabi, the art of finding imperfections in perfection. We all are so afraid of the cracks in our life, the messy homes, the missed arguments, the moments we could have been together, that we forget to live in the moment. Wabi Sabi teaches us that the perfect moments are non-existent. Otherwise, that would make our life static. Now, I want to ask you a question. Why do we hide our flaws? Is it because we think we're not enough? Or do we care too much about what WhatsApp University thinks? Now, I'm here to help you answer that question with a teenager's point of view. As an adolescent, I feel that pressure way too much, let me say constantly. In MUNs, in debates, in my own classroom, I feel this constant need to perform, to be confident all the time. But sometimes, I find it easier to just let go. Now, over time, I realized the moments of perfection which I sought, the moments where my confidence was up there, the moments where my thinking became clear, were never the perfect moments. They were the moments where I struggled. They were my stepping stones. So, my answer to this big question, why do we hide our flaws? I think it's because we're so scared to show each other our real faces behind the mask of perfection. Now, what's even more interesting are that these ideals of perfection are not one of the 21st century. They date back ages ago. The Victorian era of perfection, now, the ideals might seem strange, even absurd. Victorian ladies wore corsets for long hours that often caused organ damage, even fainting. Talk about a tight schedule. They were supposed to have pale skin because it showed that they did not work in the sun. To combat this, there were harmful powders, which, yes, I must admit, made them look beautiful, but were harmful in the long run. Victorian men were supposed to be physically dominant, emotionally stable, financially successful. They did not have any room to wiggle. Their personality itself were guided by the fences of perfection. Today, it is not the fabric that restricts us, but the expectations of society, how we should look, how we should behave, how we should even think. Today, researchers have now shown the steady rise in anxiety and stress in the youth. are adolescents. Now, you must be asking why. Why do we have a steady rise in anxiety and stress? Personally, I feel it is because that we, the adolescents, find this constant need to compare, find this constant need to exceed other people's expectation. We forget our own limitations sometimes. Now, before I move on to some poetic lines, I want to address the elephant in our room, or rather in our pockets, our mobile phones. Now, you must be thinking, how do these have to adhere to the quality or to the ideals of perfection? Now, let's do a quick vulnerability check. Who has written a long, meaningful message to someone, but then later deleted it because they felt it was too much? Come on, raise your hands high. People in the back. I have, believe me, I have. I have meaningfully typed a message out to someone. Perfect, with all punctuation, I must say. But then I later deleted it because I felt the other person would judge me. And I keep asking myself this question, why? Why did I do that? What would have happened if I would have just clicked the send message? We like to talk about the mess after it's cleaned up. But the magic, we most forget that the magic is in the mess. Now, I personally feel this is not a way how to grow a healthy workforce. A healthy workforce is supposed to be guided by growth. So, when we talk about growth, I feel it's like a muscle you didn't know you had. It's smooth, it's perfect, but it's uncomfortable. That's what growth is supposed to be. For me, growth was situated when I first started learning how to stitch. Stitching is, I think, very easy for some of you, but for me, it took a long time to learn. At first, I got my stitches all wrong. I messed up the lines. I did not know how to knot. But I took my own fire to cross the finish line. I finished it and I crossed it. And I can proudly say, I know how to stitch 2 bags and a double line stitch, which for me is very hard. Now, let's move on to a few poetic lines which I wrote. We all are broken. That's how the light gets in. Perfectionism is a mirage, a war we can't win. The gods envy us, for our beauty is mortal. Our imperfections are a truth that don't falter. So be the atoms that wander out free and explore the universe you were meant to see. Sorry. Now, before I move on, I want you all to look at your hands. Just look at them, it's not embarrassing. Just look at them for a second and see these lines, these scars. They tell stories from your childhood. And needless to say, they're different from everyone across in this room. I want you all to own those because that is your story and that's perfect. Before I end, I want to ask a question. Think about the last time you made a mistake. Did you wish you could erase it? Did you wish it would just go away? Before you answer that, think about it as a chapter in your story. Because your story, just like mine, has mistakes. And that is what makes it blossom. And before you realize it, y'all are already awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Parnika, for a confident and engaging talk. Your ability to question perspectives and express ideas with clarity truly stood out. May I now request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Farhana Bashir, School HR Head, to present Parnika with a token of appreciation for her contribution as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026. Panika. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Rekha Babani, Head of Admissions in the Education Sector, who works closely with students, parents, and internal teams to support both admission and campus operations. With an MBA and years of hands-on experience, Ms. Rekha brings clarity, coordination, and thoughtful decision-making to her role. She believes that meaningful connections are built through clear communication and empathy, values that guide her work every day. Shaped by resilience and real-world challenges, Ms. Rekha chooses growth over perfection. She embraces the idea of being flawsome, finding strength in authenticity rather than flawlessness. Grounded, curious, and people-focused, she continues to approach each day as an opportunity to learn, evolve, and make a positive difference.
What if the things that broke you were the same things that built you? Life taught me hard way that your flaws don't define you, but your courage does. To understand why I say so, I need to take you back in 2016 when I first decided to move to a new city alone with my daughter. I wanted to run away from the difficult chapters of my life. I wanted to erase the pain. I wanted to believe that a new city can give me a new beginning. So I arrived with a happy, hopeful heart. And I told myself, this is it. This is my new beginning. What I didn't know then was, life wasn't done testing me. Because in new city, you don't just survive. You have to prove yourself every single day. New people, new environment, new struggle, new competitions. They just don't wait for you to adjust. And honestly, it felt like a rat race. People judged me. They labeled me. They criticized me. But I chose to be my own hero. There were days when homesickness hit me hard. Long nights when no one saw me trying to hold myself together. In quiet moments, I stitched my heart back piece by piece. And next morning, I showed up stronger, as I had never-ending bills to pay and responsibilities that wouldn't wait. So I kept pushing myself. I worked hard, I adapted, I learned. And slowly, when I started finding my own place, I walked with a quiet kind of grace, the kind that made noise without sound. And just when life began to feel settled, life changed. On 7th July 2017, I met with a road accident. There was blood all over the road. I was completely unconscious and deeply traumatized. When I woke up, nothing felt the same. The accident left me with multiple fractures over the left side of my face. It changed the way I looked. And when your face changes, your identity feels shaken. I almost lost the person I saw in the mirror since my childhood. The recovery took a complete 1 long year. 1 year of healing, 1 year of accepting my flaws, 1 year of rebuilding my confidence. But the struggle didn't stop here. I didn't only lost my identity, I lost my job too. And honestly, that was the moment I truly felt life paused. I began questioning everything. Who am I now? What would my future look like? Will I ever look confident like before? How will I survive? There were nights when silence felt louder than the noise of my accident. But somewhere, something inside me refused to quit. I upskilled, I rebuilt, I worked on myself. I showed up even on days when I didn't felt confident. I created stability again. But life wasn't done yet. 6 years later, on what looked like a routine, ordinary morning, I was happily singing to my life while riding my scooter, completely unaware of the fact that next moment, life would change. On 29th May 2023, I lost control of my vehicle over small, loose stones on the roadside, and in a moment, I was on the ground, motionless, in pain so intense that almost numbed me. I was rushed to the hospital. This time, it was tibia fracture on my left knee. Life paused again. This time, it wasn't about only how I looked or how I survived. It was about my independence, my freedom, and my dignity. I was always been an independent person, managing my life, my work, my responsibilities. And suddenly, I have to ask help for even smallest of the things. Even sitting properly on my own felt impossible. In a moment, life went from being independent to being dependent. And that felt like losing an important part of myself. But this time, I learned something very deep. It wasn't only about my physical recovery, it was also about my mental battle. Battle between fear and faith. Battle between giving up and starting again. Every small step during my recovery felt like climbing a Mount Everest. Whether it was taking a small step on my own without depending, or even standing for a second. Even in that case, trusting my own leg again. But healing changed me. It taught me to be patient. It taught me to be kind with myself, especially on a bad day. It taught me to celebrate progress over perfection. I refuse to let pain define me. It was the moment in my life when I learned something very clearly. Challenges do not break you, they build you. Struggles do not weaken you, they polish you. And that is when I started my journey again. That was the moment I made that made me more aware of my inner strength. And that is when I realized what Blossom means. Blossom means to turn your flaws, turn your struggles into your strength. As human beings, we all have flaws. We all carry scars. We all have experienced failures. We all have an unspoken battle fighting inside us. Blossom is not about being perfect, it's about being powerful. It's about being fearless to start again. It's not about being unbroken, it's about refusing to stay broken. It's not about saying, yes, life is perfect, it is very good. It's not about only what looks at the social media, but it's about saying, yes, life is hard. Yes, I'm scared, but I will still choose to move forward. So, dear audience, remember, when life pauses you, it breaks you, or even it makes you question yourself, your scars are not the sign of weakness. They are the signatures of your survival. So flaunt your scars proudly because they add beauty to your powerful personality. Today, I stand here carrying all my flaws gracefully because they made me feel that I am Flossom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rekha, for a warm and insightful talk. Your reflections on growth, authenticity, and embracing imperfection resonated strongly with us. I now invite our principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Mr. Anantpal Shinde, Head of Operations, to present Ms. Rekha with a token of appreciation for her contribution as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Rekha. Thank you to our inspiring speakers and esteemed guests for the enriching session. As we pause to reflect and recharge, we will now break for lunch. Please enjoy this time to connect with one another. We request everyone to kindly reassemble in the auditorium in 1 hour as we continue with the next segment of our program. We look forward to seeing you all soon. Please reassemble by 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Hello. So, lunch for the attendees will be in the cafeteria, and lunch for our TEDx speakers will be in the library. So, our volunteers will be showing you all where to go.
learn, try, and improve reflects a quiet confidence that is both inspiring and refreshing. Today, she steps onto the TEDx stage with courage and an open mind, reminding us that age is never a barrier to thoughtful ideas and meaningful expression. Please join me in welcoming Prisha Trivedi to the TEDx stage.
Check. Ring the bells that can still ring. Forget your perfect offering. There's a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. These words by Leonard Cohen remind us of something we often forget. We live in a world that worships perfection. Perfect grades, perfect photos, perfect performances, perfect lives. But today, I'm here to challenge that idea. Because maybe perfection isn't the goal. Maybe the crack, the mistake, the failure, the weakness is actually where growth begins. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prisha, and today I want to talk about cracks. Not cracks in walls, not cracks in screens, but the cracks in us. Let me take you to a moment most of us know. You study hard, you prepare, you feel confident, and then the result comes. It's not what you expected. That sinking feeling, that's a crack. Or maybe it's not just about marks. Maybe it's being mocked for your accent, being called too sensitive, being told you're not good enough. Cracks don't always shout. Sometimes they whisper, you're not enough. In Tare Zameen Par, Ishan wasn't broken. He was creative. He was different. But constant labels, lazy, careless, failure, created cracks in his confidence. And when cracks are filled with doubt, they can feel like endings. In the pursuit of happiness, a young boy is told he may never be good at basketball. His father replies, "Don't ever let somebody tell you you cannot do something." And that moment is powerful because rejection feels like a crack, and cracks hurt. They shake your belief. They test your confidence. They make you question yourself. Cracks can make us feel small, but here's the truth we rarely talk about. Cracks force growth. Pressure creates diamonds. Muscles grow when they tear. Seeds must split open before they bloom. Nothing ever transforms without first cracking. The same crack that might feel like a breakdown may actually be a breakthrough. Albert Einstein struggled in school. A teacher once said he would never amount to much. That criticism could have ended his story. Instead, it became the crack that fueled his curiosity. Malala Yousafzai was attacked for speaking up. What was meant to silence her amplified her voice across the world. Michael Phelps was diagnosed with ADHD. The supposed weakness became the energy that made him the most decorated Olympian in history. The flaw became the 23 Olympic gold medals. The crack wasn't the end, it was direction. There was a time when I was afraid of public speaking. I worried about forgetting my lines. I worried about making mistakes. I worried about not sounding perfect. Because cracks felt like proof that I wasn't good enough. But then I realized something important. Perfection impresses, honesty connects. The cracks in my confidence didn't stop me. It pushed me to practice harder, to speak more sincerely, to stand here today. Sometimes the crack doesn't ruin your story, it writes it. So what if we stopped hiding our cracks? What if instead of saying, "I failed," we say, "I'm learning"? What if instead of asking, "Why me?" we ask, "What is this teaching me?" The light that enters through cracks isn't wisdom. It isn't it isn't comfort. It is wisdom. It is strength. It is empathy. Light cracks don't make you weaker. They make you deeper. So here's what I want you to remember. You are not damaged by your cracks. You are developed by them. Perfect is safe. Growth is brave. Light doesn't enter through flawless walls. It enters through openings. So don't hide your cracks. Don't erase your scars. Because the place where you feel the most imperfect may be the exact place where your light begins. There's a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. So let it in and let it shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Prisha, for a confident and inspiring talk. Your curiosity and willingness to learn truly shone through. May I request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Malaika Francis, TEDx licensee and curator, to present Prisha with a memento as a token of appreciation for her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you once again, Prisha.
Curiosity, when paired with discipline, has the power to shape thoughtful voices. One such voice belongs to Ananya Verma, a 16-year-old high school senior from EuroSchool Vakad, ICSC, actively involved in debates, public speaking, and Model United Nations. Ananya enjoys examining ideas, questioning assumptions, and engaging with perspectives that invite deeper thinking. As the Vice President of the Student Council, she approaches her role with a strong sense of responsibility, motivated by service rather than position. Beyond structured spaces, her interests often lead her into explorations of geopolitics and history, guided by a belief in asking better questions instead of settling for easy answers. Please join us in welcoming Ananya Verma to the TEDx stage.
I'm a teenager who doesn't know the lyrics to the most trending song. I couldn't tell you who's performing at the concert. Everyone has been talking about this weekend. And the last time someone used a Gen Z, Gen Alpha slang around me, all I could do, smile and nod as if I was in a foreign country. And for the longest time, I called that broken. Then one day, there I was, a debate competition, hundreds of eyes on me. I walked up to the mic in my first line, the very first, most basic thing I had to say, my name. I stuttered and continued to uncontrollably stutter throughout the powerful introduction I had written. The auditorium, which was full of mumbles, now felt louder, as if all those indistinct sounds were contemptuous comments directed towards my fumble. My confidence collapsed faster than a wobbly Jenga tower in a car, and it felt as if time froze, just so I could feel the nervousness throughout my body. Then it struck me. I still had an argument to present, and nothing left to lose. Not my reputation, not my dignity, so might as well finish. Amidst all this, I was quietly relieved that to cheer me up after we lost because of me, at least my teammate didn't ask me what song was playing in my head. Not that he would have guessed the melody anyways. But in all seriousness, I had now managed to feel broken in front of an entire room. Not just quietly in a group chat that I didn't understand, but in public, with a lot of witnesses. Then I realized that being broken has two flavors. There's the loud kind, the kind that happens in front of a lot of people. A question you can't answer in class, a presentation that crashes, a moment where everyone is watching and you just fall apart. That kind of broken, it's dramatic, it's vivid, it has witnesses. And more often than not, it's accompanied by an unnecessary feeling of internal shame. And then there's the other kind, the quiet one. The kind that happens when you're in a conversation with your friends and they bring up a song that everybody else knows and you don't. And the kind that especially happens when we're judging ourselves based on our day 1 versus someone else's day 100 and calling ourselves imperfect, flawed, broken. Nobody sees that one. There are no witnesses, no concrete proof, no moment to which you can point and say that that's when it broke. But you feel it deeply. And oddly enough, we let it define our story. And we make it mean something about ourselves. We make it that we're behind, we're outdated, we don't belong, we're missing out on something essential, we don't fit in. We label ourselves broken. And here's what's strange. We tend to get over the loud kind. The public failures pass. They sting, of course they do, but they're events. A beginning, middle, and end. They do come to an end. But the quiet ones, the slow drip of feeling out of place, like you're behind, again, those are the ones we carry for a really long time. And we label ourselves broken. The loud one that everyone sees, and the quiet one that we've been carrying all along. A few weeks later, after the defeat, during one of my internet expeditions, I stumbled upon a beautiful carousel elucidating the Japanese philosophies of life. And there it was, the answer to our internal monologue, the voice in our heads. There it was, Wabi Sabi, a Japanese philosophy based on 3 realities. Nothing lasts, nothing is perfect, and nothing is finished. Guess what? A flaw ticks all these realities. Now, I want you all to pause for a moment and think about the one thing you've quietly called broken about yourself. You don't have to say it out loud if you don't want to, but just hold the thought. And now, picture this. You broke your favorite cup, and in urgency to repair it, you could only find a glitter glue stashed in your drawer from your crafts era. How cringy, isn't it? With much disgrace and half-heartedly, you did manage to repair the cup. But to your utter surprise, that cup looked so much better than before. Well, what changed wasn't the cup. It was what you used to fix it. Your choice of shine over shame. Your choice of choosing yourself over society. That broken cup, that's the self-doubting version of you. That glitter glue, it's the flaw you've tried to suppress for so long. And the end result, the potential you have the moment you accept that being flawsome is awesome indeed. And you start being yourself unapologetically. This entire idea is what the Japanese call kintsugi, a philosophy where broken pottery isn't hidden, it's repaired with gold. Not to mask the fracture, but rather to mark it. A philosophy which doesn't just simply embrace your flaws, it celebrates them. Celebrates your fractures, your flaws, your cracks as symbols of your experience, your beauty, your resilience, and most importantly, a symbol of you being you. It's often this innate reality within us that goes unnoticed. Our insecurities are not meant to be hidden. They're meant to shine. Because the fault, dear audience, is never in our existence. The fault is in our perspective towards it. Consider this. Your usual habit that you think people would call weird? The stutter while you've spoken sometimes? Or that average essay that didn't get you the best grade? What if all these things were proof that you're growing? And guess what? They are proof that you're growing. That you're showing up even when things don't go your way, because somewhere you know that the discomfort of pushing through is better than the regret of not being yourself. Better than the regret of not being awesome. That unique habit, your own personal niche. That stutter while you're spoken, a public speaker in training. And that average essay, you might be inventing a new writing style. So now personally for me, things came to a full circle moment a year later when I stepped onto that same podium, same auditorium, almost the same audience, but a different version of me. This time, I paused, seeked composure. Those few seconds, which felt like an eternity, gave me the strength that I needed to go on. And this time, I went on and delivered one of my best speeches ever. This time, I won the national round. The auditorium felt louder again. This time, of the better kind. They didn't cheer despite the stutter. They cheered because of the return. Their thoughts would have changed from why did they choose her to wait, that's why they chose her. And now you see, our biggest hurdle is that we're extraordinarily fast in labeling things. We label things broken the moment they crack, because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. And a verdict, even a bad one, feels like regaining control, when it's not. We really need to wait before the entire story unfolds itself before us. Because as the sagacious say, the dots only connect backward. And the truth is, most things that we call broken are simply mid-repair. They are the months between the stutter and the standing ovation. They are the space between the crack and your gold. So stop hiding those flaws in you, because flawsome isn't about pretending that those cracks don't hurt. It's about refusing to let them be the final word of your story. I still don't know the trending songs, and I probably never will. And yeah, it does sting when the joke goes over my head, but I've realized that the cracks we try so hard to hide are the only places where our gold can actually stick. That day on the debate stage, I was a stuttering out of the loop teenager who couldn't even say her own name. I felt like a complete wreck. Looking back at it now, today, I wasn't a wreck. And neither are you. We're all simply a work in progress. So ask yourself and think about it. Think about the one thing you've called broken about yourself, quietly. That one version of you that society wrapped up in its expectations and presented to you as your flaw, as your imperfect existence. Think about it. Stop trying to fix it and look at it for a moment. And then reflect and ask. The question is never if we're damaged or not. The question is, are we brave enough to admit that we're just unfinished? Whatever you do, don't call it broken. It's just too early to tell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya, for a thoughtful and engaging talk. Your ideas encouraged us to think deeply and approach dialogue with curiosity and responsibility. May I request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Pooja Devke, Assistant Manager, Center of Wellbeing, Lighthouse Learning Group. Thank you, ma'am. Due to a technical glitch, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Sport, at its best, shapes discipline, leadership, and collective ambition. Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh has spent over 2 decades working at the intersection of sport, education, and enterprise to help build that vision for India. A sports management professional, educator, and CEO, Mr. Siddharth brings global experience in sports and technology consultancy, supported by an MBA and ongoing doctoral research. His work spans leadership, development with corporates, strategic advisory for federations and brands, and long-term thinking around sustainable sports ecosystems. He is the founder of Arimais Management Ventures, Sportsy, and Rising Pune FC, a grassroots football club in Western Maharashtra that trains over 400 young athletes each day, and is driven by the mission to create India's first financially sustainable community football club. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh to the TEDx stage.
Hello? Hello? The echo? Can you fix the echo? It's fine. Is it fine? 1, 2, 3. It's clear. So when we see athletes, we see perfection, that perfect cover drive, that perfect smash, that perfect goal, those perfect winning moment. But what we don't see is actually those losses behind the closed doors, or those tough moments, the moment of doubt, those injuries. If you look at it, life and sports are very much similar in those lines. The truth is, nobody's perfect. We all have flaws, we are flawed. But the way you look at it is, these flaws are actually your design features. I learned something like this on the football field, on a cricket ground, in a swimming pool, or a badminton court. I did not learn this thing in the classroom. That's why I personally feel the sports is the greatest teacher and a playground is the greatest classroom that I ever got. Because these are the statements that we actually make, which are backed by the experience, years and years of experience on the field. Sports doesn't need to be competitive. It just asks you to be there. It's a way of life. And that's why it's me, Siddharth Deshmukh, designed by sports and built for life. So I'm going to tell you about the story of a boy, a young boy called Siddharth. Grew up in a doctor's family, both the parents really busy with their day-to-day life, but what I saw while growing up, they used to be home at night and actually play table tennis. All the stress of the whole day was actually gone. So doing that, what actually happened is I saw the change in the energy when they were playing table tennis. It was not competitive, it was actually recreational. And if I look back now, that was actually by programming, that sports has a power to change something. Being a Mumbaikar, cricket was my obvious choice. I had no prize for guessing, but I was playing cricket, I was good at it. In fact, I had a chance to be the ball boy when Tendulkar and Kambli actually made the world record thing. But when I saw that, I think something struck me. I'm good, but not that good. And that's where I said, I think what I learned from this is just being practical and not being emotional. But I did not quit. I just said I can upgrade myself. I chose a sport which was more of an individual sport. I moved to badminton, and that was the time, 1992, when the badminton actually came into Olympics for the first time. I loved that sport. I went on the field and I just felt in love with it. I thought I can never love anything beyond cricket, but I think this is something that is now my forever love, badminton. I played well. I was doing really well in my journey in badminton. I was competing at really good level, and then something happened. Something happened behind the closed door, and that's called an injury. I was completely shattered. I absolutely had no idea what is happening in my life. I started asking questions, why? Why is it happening to me? I'm actually dreaming of wearing a tiranga on my chest to represent India, but this happens, and that setback actually gave rise to one thought, that sports will give you that reality that you will fail. You will lose matches, you will have injuries, you will basically have doubts, lot of things, you will drop from the team. But everything else that happens around you, you will have option whether to quit or to upgrade. Whatever I learned on the ground, I think I chose the other option to just upgrade myself. Because my coach had told me one thing, the scoreboard change, the effort don't lie. So when that came into my mind, I said, okay, probably this is the hint for me to understand what can happen next. Why am I giving up? I will not give up, but that's what the life had. Moving on to next chapter of my life, which was kind of a little more of adolescent or the adult part of my life. I was in Mithibai College in Mumbai, so it was all filmy. And I was doing theater while in the school. So I said, okay, if not competitive badminton, can I do something in the movie business or something in the satellite TV was really in boom that time. So I said, can I do something about it? I tried, and luck had it, I got a job, I got a role in one serial. I don't want to take the name of the production house, but I got a role in the serial. There were 7 sisters, and I got a role of a boyfriend of 3rd sisters. It wasn't that exciting. It was a start, but it wasn't that exciting. And probably more than me, my parents understood this is not where it's supposed to go. So they actually shipped me to Pune to do the safest possible thing in 90s, called computers. I came to Pune, 4 years of my life I spent on this. Believe me, in those 4 years, the only thing I understood, I do not like computers. I cannot be losing my sleep over a missing semicolon. So while doing something, finding out what can I do, I found out about MBA. It was a kind of a little easier thing. I could talk a lot, I could feel different side of it, and I don't want to code. So I did MBA, I did from SIBM, I did everything fine. I feel okay, now I have some vision, I have some goal for myself. Worked in IT, worked in banking on the business side of it, went to the US, had an American dream in my mind. Everything was going fine, perfectly fine. But something was not feeling right. What is that? And that's when something happened. MS Dhoni finished off in style and India won the World Cup for 28 years on 2nd April 2011. And this is what happened to me, again confused. And luck had it, the same time, India started dreaming about sports, and I think the fire in me about sports started coming up. I saw the US team training for the 2012 London Olympics in Stanford campus. And I said, I think there are too many signs that I'm getting to be back in something that I really want to do. But can I be there? I'm in mid-30s by then. That all led to a lot of confusion and the biggest question that everybody has. Who am I? For a lot of people, probably including me and everybody sitting here, this question actually gives you the identity crisis, and the identity comes from titles. I'm a CEO, I'm a father, I'm a doctorate, I'm a PhD, I'm a professor. But actually, if I look at it, for me, my identity came from a swimming pool, in a swimming pool, on a football ground, on a cricket field, on a badminton court. I didn't have any other identity for myself. I was looking at where do I fit? What am I supposed to do? Okay, the life happened, injury happened, the computer happened, but the IT career, other career happened. Well, what am I supposed to do in the whole thing? So who am I started leading to these kind of questions. And I said, okay, this is what is happening. Is fine. IT is not something that's exciting. I want to be in sports. Am I good enough to be in there? Am I too old to do that? Can I fit into all this? So many questions, right? We are carrying baggage every day, because every time it was life like a sine wave, right? Everything goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. We feel that we have conquered a mountain and suddenly see it's the bottom of the next mountain. All those things are happening. The who am I started getting. So I started writing down, and my wife helped me write those things down, those how to find answers to yourself, because sometimes we don't know how to find answers. We need the external help. Luckily the help was in the house. So in this case, actually what happened, I said, okay, my upbringing has been on three things. I've been a failed professional athlete. I'm a force engineer, but I really want to be in sports. Can I be focused about something called sports? And that's where I said, okay, I want to be there. I had no clue how to be there. I had absolutely no idea how to be there, but only one thing in the whole life that I had all the time, whether to quit or to upgrade. And this is the moment when I said, I cannot quit. I really want to be here. I cannot quit. I want to upgrade. I did some extra management courses. I did something, all those things for myself. And that's where came the whole blossom realization for myself that no, I can still make it happen. If I have a right goal for myself, I can make it happen. I had no clue how. And that's where I actually found out about myself. I'm imperfect and I'm still powerful. I have weaknesses, but I'm still worthy. I have scars and still capable of greatness. These things actually started coming together. And when I actually saw, okay, this is something making sense for me. And while doing this, while having this journey for myself, I said, wow, I think I have found a mission for myself. Can I make India a sporting nation? Can I play a small role making India a sporting nation? From there I said, okay, can I touch some lives using sports? That's what I feel about. I had an amazing career. That phase of my life from 2013 to 2020, I had a great time in my career. Worked with IPL team, ISL team, Kabaddi team. I managed MS Dhoni, working with him like every MBA, new MBA every time that I meet him. So everything was going great. Life was perfect. But life had different problems. What is life if we do not know if we have everything planned out? And this happened. I come from an industry where there's a thing called work from home. We didn't know what to do because the world stopped, sports stopped, we had no work from home. What do I do now? It's like midlife, kids growing up, they have schools, colleges, fees to pay, EMIs to pay off, lot of things are happening in life, too many questions, again a setback. What am I doing? But while doing all this thing, I think one thing again, that first part we had spoke about came back, quit or upgrade. I said, can I go back to the whole model of what got me into sports? I have been an athlete in my life, yes. I have had some computers background so I can be some technical. Okay, I want to be in sports. Can I combine all these three things together just to make sure that I do something? And that's where a new thing came up and I became a content creator. So I got a work from home opportunity in sports. So I became a content creator. I created a lot of content, more than hundreds of videos. I interviewed more than 100 Olympians and Paralympians on a platform. It was a great ride. The best one, it was not a cringe content, no breaking news, so I don't care about the views, but what I got from that, the life lessons, whatever that I was growing up with all the time, I got to hear that. Because see, sport has taught us one thing. You need to participate. You can't be spectator. So I wanted to participate. I learned from the whole thing, and talking to all these para-athletes specifically, I got to know one thing. What am I crying about? They have so many issues. On top of that, they're fighting it out just to have their own identity and making the country proud. I'm perfectly fine. What am I crying about? And that's where my realization came up, is discipline beats motivation. We all talk about, I want to be motivated. You can't be motivated from outside unless you have discipline within. Team beats ego. You cannot win championship alone. Even if you are an individual badminton player, there is a whole team around you. So you can't do it alone. And the third thing is pressure is privilege. If you're not pressurized, there is something wrong. Understand that. The life is not lifing that time. So understand we need to have pressure, and that's a privilege. So learning from all this thing, the COVID case stopped, then life started, everything was going on. And then I thought, okay, so many experiences. I call past life, midlife, this life, everything, so many experiences. But how to become awesome, flawsome is something, because I was just absorbing all the flaws, and flaws were not weaknesses. They were actually making me human. So that's where I thought, how to become flawsome. Okay, I just came up with a framework, a small framework. It just makes sense if you look at it for yourself. Face reality, you should know where you stand. Learn relentlessly, you should be a student of life all the time. Act daily, a small rep can actually take care of you long way. Win internally, it's all here. You just feel that it's outside, no, it's all in here. Stay in the game. You have to show up, because sports has always taught us one thing. You had a bad game today, perfectly fine. Will you show up tomorrow? Was always the question. So that's why stay in the game. Own your story. Everybody has a life, everybody has a story. Only few make it into 70mm film. Can we make that? Own your story. What is your uniqueness? Master resilience, because you have to have recovery for everything that you do. And evolve continuously. This is where you will take the next step in your life. Understand, because this goes back to again facing the reality after coming here. This is where I personally felt the sports as a lifestyle is something that I can implement in a lot of people's life. Not everybody is an athlete. Not everybody has played sport in their life. How can I implement this? And that's where I feel the sport teaches you how to play. Sports teaches you how to lead. Sports teaches you how to live. And that's where my life actually started, with a thing that if I look back, sports actually taught me that skills to play. Sports actually gave me mental resilience to be a leader. Sports gave me a way to live my life the way I want it on my own terms. So next 30 seconds is going to be something, a compilation of whatever I have done. So just probably enjoy that. I got to work with amazing athletes day in and day out. Because I learned one thing in my life: you can't put limit on anything. The more you dream, further you get. You don't. So now, if you look back at your own life, understand you are doubting yourself. There are flaws, there are issues, there are doubts about yourself. But understand that every athlete that you loved was flawed. Every leader you admire was flawed. Every journey you feel is amazing was actually built on rocky path. It was flawed. So having flaws is not a weakness, it's actually making you human. And for me personally, what I see in the whole thing is, for us to enjoy that lifestyle, you have to step into that arena, build your mental strength, live your life. Because you don't need to be an athlete to live like one. वेड लागल्याशिवाय इतिहास घडत नाही. That's me, Siddharth Deshmukh, designed by sports, built for life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth, for a thoughtful and impactful talk. You showed us how sport, when guided by vision and consistency, can shape individuals and communities alike. May I request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Mr. Bilal, Cluster Admissions Manager, to present Mr. Siddharth with a memento as a token of appreciation for his contribution as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Thank you, sir and ma'am, and thank you once again, Mr. Siddharth. Finding one's voice is often a journey of unlearning as much as learning. Ms. Pranoti Abhyankar has dedicated her work to guiding people through that process. A journalist by training and a communication facilitator by purpose, Ms. Pranoti brings together her background in mass communication and journalism with lived experience. She turns lessons from perfectionism into conversations around clarity, courage, and conscious leadership. Through public speaking workshops, one-on-one sessions, and her work with the Elios Project, she supports professionals and students in moving self-doubt, speaking with conviction, and leading with authenticity. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Pranoti Abhyankar to the TEDx stage.
Babies, super cute. Am I right? Let me ask you one question today. Do you remember the baby version of you? Do you? Okay, the silence is speaking for itself. Can you label the flaws of your baby version? Yeah, if I ask you the same question today, you can probably parrot out a list of flaws that you think you have. I can definitely do a podcast on mine. But for this little one, I have no words. Well, because we were not born with the list of flaws that we think we have today. Which means this list got created somewhere along the way. Long before we learned anything like flaws existed, we started learning something else. We learned what gets us loved, what gets accepted, what gets approved. And we started mending our behaviors accordingly. We started hiding our imperfections. This is the picture of the 6-year-old me after falling down a flight of stairs. And yes, I got a big scar on my forehead. I remember one of my older relatives being like, "Oh my God, this girl, she keeps falling. If she looks like this, how will she find a husband?" Well, can you see it today? And even if you can, it's faintly visible. My partner loves it and it doesn't matter anymore. Do this one thing. Imagine yourself standing in front of a mirror, except this mirror has a tinted film. So you can see your reflection, but you can see it in different colors. Red, yellow, blue. This tinted film is a lot like the judgment that we view ourselves with. When we are looking at our own reflection, we are looking at it through the opinions that we have formed about ourselves. And in order to see ourselves clearly, what do we need to do? We need to remove that film. In order to discover the true strength that lies in our flaws, that is the secret. Removing the film and starting to see the reality for what it truly is. And that's exactly what we are going to do here today in just 5 steps. So I'm kind of going to step into my facilitator mode and do an activity with you which you can follow along. Okay, so imagine this table and we start with a question. What is your flaw? Now it's not as simple to answer that. Let me tell you a story about the first time that I took a true good look at myself. I was a few months into my facilitation journey and I was supposed to have a call with my partner to discuss a regular work problem. And in a typical Pranoti way, I was prepared. Actually, I stand corrected. I was over-prepared. I had all of my notes together, and once the call started, I was like, these are the things that are working out for me. These are the things that are not working out for me. and I had a detailed action plan about how I would like to improve step by step. And I kept yapping about it for 10-15 minutes straight. After that, I took a pause because I couldn't say anything anymore. And he was just looking at me. He gave me a very calming smile and he asked me one question. Pranoti, what if you are not prepared? Crickets. And this awkward silence kept choking me until I gathered the courage to finally see the reality for what it was. What was I so afraid of? I was afraid of letting myself down. I was afraid of not being perfect. And why was it a flaw? Because it was making me put on a mask. It was causing me to not be real. It felt like I was performing all the time. And on a side note, it was also making me very unrelatable to others because I couldn't express vulnerability. I couldn't express my weakness. So yes, listing down perfectionism as a flaw. But now let's look at where does it come from? Because I wasn't born with perfectionism as a flaw. How is that possible? Long before I learned anything like perfectionism even existed, my lovely baby sister was born. And as a typical elder sibling, I felt a little ignored at times. I wanted attention, and being perfect was the greatest way to achieve it. I was being a straight-A, studious, sincere student, a gem for my teachers. I was being a loyal, caring, loving friend who was always willing to put others' needs before mine. I was being an obedient, disciplined, independent, and mature daughter, making my parents proud. Honestly, growing up, I never really saw perfectionism as a flaw because it was getting me exactly what I wanted, which was attention, and I was being exactly who others wanted me to be. Being perfect on all the fronts was making me feel like the queen of the world. It was great until I realized that it wasn't so real anymore. The thing is, just like clouds have silver linings, flaws have golden linings too. So, perfectionism was not all bad. It was serving me in multiple ways. Ask yourself, how are the things that you call flaws serving you? For me, it makes me a very reliable partner. It makes me an independent individual who can take anything that life throws at her and still emerge successful on the other side. It was making me a great resource manager because I would struggle asking for help. And it was also making me a very dependent and a competent teammate that everyone wanted to have on their team. See, there are so many positives to something that we think is a flaw. Well, now we look at the flip side of it. What was it costing me? Taking the pressure to be perfect all the time was costing me trust, especially trusting others that they won't run away even if they see my flaws. It was costing me the depth in relationships. It was causing burnout because I would struggle asking for help. And it was also costing me boundaries. I have a slightly ridiculous yet a very honest story about how far this mindset can go, okay? So I was in school one day and I had fever. So instead of resting like a very sensible human being, I took the thermometer and I dipped it in cold water and I showed it to my mom so that I could go to school. Because clearly, my health did not matter to me. What mattered was not appearing vulnerable, not wanting to be taken care of, and just being perfect all the time. And well, we don't want the mindset to go that far. That is why taking something called balanced action is necessary. Now, how do we do that? How do we take balanced action? Taking balanced action is a lot like organizing your closet. You know the clothes that you want to keep. You know the ones that are not fitting you anymore, and it's time to discard them. Our flaws are a lot like that. You know the pros that are serving you, the cons that are costing you, and that's where the work begins. And what did I do about it? I sat down with the past version of myself who was badly hurt, the one that wanted attention and didn't get it at the time that she wanted it. And I asked her, what was it that you wanted? Was it love? Was it safety? Was it care? Was it acceptance? Because it's okay to want all of these things. They are the core principles of being human. Actually, they are what make us human. And this thing that we are taking a look at, the flaws, they are not a proof of me being broken. In fact, let's stop calling them flaws altogether. These are traits. Traits that emerged for a good reason. Traits that were serving me for a long time. They were protecting me from getting hurt. But at some point, these survival strategies, they start becoming limitations. And that is exactly where the work begins. Why are we trying to discover the strength in our flaws? It is not to be perfect. It is not to impress everyone. But it is to take the courage and become more of ourselves with each passing day. We have talked a lot about flaws today. We have seen at different perspectives. We have tried to understand different viewpoints around it. But now, we have done most of this work together. So it's time for all of us to take the action and take this to the finish line. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pranoti, for a thoughtful and honest talk. Your insights on finding one's voice and letting go of perfection gave us much to reflect upon. May I request you to kindly remain on stage. I now invite our respected principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and Ms. Shubhangi Malkekar, our Smile Stones coordinator, to present Ms. Pranoti with a memento as a token of appreciation for her contribution as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026. We now invite everyone to witness a special video showcasing the efforts of the TEDx team. Following the video, you will also see the team who helped make this program a success.
takes over. Blood is running, heart is pumping as the battle gets closer. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming out, we can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever want. Swinging like Ali, knocking out bodies, standing on top like a champion. Keep your silver, give me that gold. You'll remember when I say we can be heroes everywhere we go. Keeping us down is impossible, 'cause we're unstoppable. Oh, we're unstoppable. We're unstoppable. Every spotlight, every soundbite, everybody who gave up is just a fuel for wanting him more than anybody against us. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming now, we can be heroes.
The hardest.
As we come to the close of this enriching TEDx experience, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. On behalf of EuroSchoolKharadi, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers for sharing their time, wisdom, and powerful ideas with us today. Your stories have inspired us to think differently, speak courageously, and act with purpose.
We express our heartfelt thanks to our principal and co-organizer, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, for her visionary leadership and for constantly supporting the school to strive for excellence. A special note of appreciation to our TEDx licensee, organizer, and curator, Ms. Malaika David Francis, whose dedication, thoughtful curation, and relentless efforts brought this entire event to life. We also thank the dignitaries from the Lighthouse Learning Group for their gracious presence and continued encouragement. Your support strengthens our commitment to excellence and innovation in education.
A special shout out to Mr. Anand Pal Shinde, our head of school operations manager, and his entire team for working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure every detail was taken care of. Your dedication and meticulous planning have made this event run seamlessly. A huge round of applause for Torrance, whose choir performance set the perfect tone for the event, and to our dance instructors who filled the stage with energy and passion. Your performances were nothing short of spectacular.
A heartfelt thank you to our dedicated TEDx volunteers and liaisons, the driving force behind this event, for your meticulous coordination, unwavering commitment, and seamless execution. Your energy, professionalism, and teamwork have truly brought this TEDx experience to life. To our guests and audience members, thank you for your presence and for being a part of this meaningful exchange of ideas. Your engagement and encouragement give us purpose to every choice that graced this stage today.
Together, we have not just hosted an event, we have celebrated ideas worth spreading. Thank you once again for being a part of TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2026. As we conclude, I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
The stage is now open to click pictures. Please do tag us on Instagram with the hashtag TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Thank you.